Hello, stream. I am back from 2 other trips. Huzzah! I went to see my older brother because he needed help with my nephews, and then also I went on another trip to, what is it? Camping. Annual camping trip. Crazy as shit. My god. Camping trip was really funny. Lots of funny stuff happened. So we have like this annual family camping trip we go on, mainly with the family members on my dad's side of the family. And so like what we do is we go canoeing, we walk around, go on adventures towards the railroad track. Because there's like a railroad track like right where we camp, and you can go and walk on it. Like and what's crazy is that real trains go by there too eventually. But it's rare when they come by. Like not rare, but like once in a while they'll come by. Um and it's really fun. But like so what happened that was really funny. I caught a pleco. If anyone knows what a pleco is, just to describe, they're like bottom feeder fish. They eat, like, they clean stuff. So, like, if you ever seen a fish that is, like, that looks similar to a catfish, and it's, like, eating the wall of your tank, that's called a pleco. They're like these, like, just imagine like, a catfish that's armored. Like, their scales are 10 times harder, and everything. So, that's what they are. And apparently, where I live, they're invasive. They're invasive species. So, like, if you see them, you're supposed to kill them. But like, of course, my cousin. So, not my cousin, but we were adventuring before it was time to get our canoes, and so some of my family members and cousins' friends had certain tents that came with these stakes that they didn't use. It was meant to like make like a little hanging patio thing, but like you can use it if you want to. You don't have to. So we were using them as like hiking sticks when we would go hiking and adventuring. And they have like so the bottom like the way the stake looks like is like it's this tall stick, but it has a spike in the not really a spike, but it's like a little thin thing coming out of the top of it. So we would flip it upside down and it looked like, yeah, you just hike that way. So it looked like basically one of your trash picker uppers when like you're doing community service, you would like stake something with it. That's what it looked like. So one of my cousin's friends was like, well, I really want to spear a fish. So that's what they said like earlier. And then when we were walking around adventuring, we had the sticks, and my cousin goes, I'm gonna try to spear this pleco fish. Because, like, they're very stupid fish. They just chill out. They're not that hard to catch. And unless you move with sudden movements, of course they'll move. But like, if you just walk up to them, you could probably catch them with just your hands. But like my cousin, she goes and like right as she finds one, she's like, I don't want to do this no more. I want to kill it. And then, so my cousin's friend, his name is Lucas. Another friend goes like, "Don't worry, Charlie." That's my friend, my cousin's name. Charlie, give me the fucking stick. So he goes, he fucking. So he ends up sticking because the most humane way to kill a fish is by, of course, stabbing it through its head, like right between the eyes, basically. Um, and he goes and he stakes this fish with a tent stake, mind you, and it's not that sharp. It doesn't have like a spike. It's not a spike. It is just like a round, thin silver rod. He stakes it through the head, but it doesn't kill it because it's not. The thing was pretty big, the pleco, So like my cousin's boyfriend, Charlie's boyfriend, has to come over and like stab it in the eyes with his knife to end its life. And so he does, and we left it on the shore. As we continue, I wanted to do this. I'm like, I want to catch one. I catch one that's bigger than the one that they caught. But I missed its head. I aimed for its body, and I got it by the body. And we were trying to, like my cousin's boyfriend doesn't want to come over, and like stabbing it. And he's like, look, just stab it in between the eyes. And I'm trying, so I can end this poor fish's life, so he doesn't have to suffer anymore. And I just make it worse because, like I told you, they're like armored catfish. Their scales are like hard as a rock. Um, so I'm trying to like stab it through its head, but it won't let me. I can't. It's like its forehead was too hard, and I ended up like my wrist twisted a little bit and scraped its face with the fucking stick. And they're like, oh, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm so sorry, fish. I'm so sorry. So like at first, my cousin's boyfriend had to come over and had to like he tried to stab it, but it was even harder for him to do it with his knife. So eventually he gets through the armored like forehead, and I'm like, don't worry, I got it. And then I just go, I stab it right between the eyes, and it looked like it got shot in between the eyeballs. I'm like, I'm a monster. um, After that we didn't catch any more plecos, but we had like 2 big plecos now. After we were done adventuring, we walked all the way back, and then we were going to the campsite, and, we were like, oh, so we were asking one of my family members if they could cook up the pleco, because you can eat pleco, they just don't have a lot of meat on them to eat. Um, of course, my family members on my dad's side of the family, they're crazy. They get drunk real. They get drunk. They're drunk off their asses and during camping. So I come back with these 2 big ass plecos that I'm carrying in my hands now, and they're like, give it here, because my uncle was gone for a moment. And they take it, put it in a plastic bag. I promise you, I had no idea for the rest of the weekend where these plecos went. They were gone. So apparently what they did was they decided they were gonna hide them from my uncle by putting them in his cooler. But again, mind you, these people are drunk as off their asses. So what they do is that they ended up putting it in my cousin's friend's cooler. Her name is Audie. They put it in her cooler. A few days later, she finds it. She's like, God damn it, guys, what the fuck? I'm like, it's not my fault. They just took it from me, and I never saw those fish again. I wanted to eat them, and everything smelled like fish. And then afterwards, okay, now, continuing the story, this is like a few days later. We're decided it's nighttime. We're gonna, for the last night of the campsite, we're gonna go on an adventure towards the railroad tracks. This is a funny thing to mention. So, my cousin, she smokes weed. Mind you, people. She smokes weed, and like, but not like on an everyday. It's just like, just because, you know, teenagers, or what would you call an adult teenager? Not really an adult, but like, I guess adult. But like, they smoke weed just for fun, and so everyone in her friend group and them are smoking weed. I don't smoke weed, of course, because I'm a goody two shoes. I have never smoked a day in my life. So we're walking to the railroad tracks, and they're all smoking weed, so of course they all smell like weed. I'm familiar with the scent, and I'm just like, okay, yep, I'm with my group. And my cousin gives me a, like a fishing net, a little fish net, to catch little fishes that are on the shore while we're walking. And as we're walking to the railroad tracks, I see a baby pleco and I want to catch it. So I went to go catch it, and they kept walking. So they were walking up the railroad tracks to go over the railroad tracks. I didn't see this because I was too busy trying to catch a pleco, but when I went to go catch it, my nail broke, and I was like, fuck, and I hurt myself. So, of course, I'm just standing there trying to get myself adjusted, trying to get the nail off because it's like starting to fall off to a point where I don't want to keep it on anymore, and it just hurts. And so as I get it off, I'm walking around. I start climbing up the railroad tracks in my muffin Crocs, my muffin bluey Crocs, my favorite Crocs. I almost slipped and fell, and I'm struggling to get up there. And then eventually I get up onto the railroad tracks. I look around. It's, of course, mind you, there's not your average street lights to see anything. So, like, we just had, like, a shitty flashlight. I had a shitty flashlight. Couldn't see anything. And I had my flashlight off. And so, since I had my flashlight off, I knew where we were heading because I could still see from the moonlight. And as I was walking on the railroad tracks, I see a group of people on the railroad tracks. Could not see their faces for the life of you, but I thought it was my cousin and everything, because, you know, they smelled like weed. They were smoking weed. So I figured, oh, this is my group. They're the same amount of people in the group. They smell like my cousin and their friends. So it must be my group, right? Right? So I go up to them, and I'm sitting there, and I stand there, and I sit down for a moment, and I was about to ask them something, but before I did, they look at me, and I look at them, and a whole, like, prolonged eye contact kind of looking, and they're like, hello? And I'm like, why the fuck you saying hello? I didn't say that to them, and I'm like, why the fuck are you saying hello to me? I've been here the entire time. And then all of a sudden from a distance, I hear, Megan! I'm like, I just turn my head, and I see flashlights walking and moving around over there. And I look at these people, and I look back at the flashlights, and look at the people again. And all my cousin here is just aloud, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I thought you were my friends. And then I leave. We're all laughing. All you can hear was a burst of laughter. Not from the group of people I just left, but from my cousin. Like wondering, oh my god, you fucking idiot. And like, guys, I'm so sorry. So... And then it proceeds to get worse. So as I'm walking around in my muffin Crocs, my favorite muffin Crocs, because they don't really make muffin shit like I want. And I'm walking around in these Crocs. And as I'm walking around in these Crocs, all of a sudden, fucking hell. My cousin was walking around this like muddy area. Like where four-wheelers were driving. And I'm like, okay, la la la. Wasn't paying attention again. And I step into mud and my leg goes and it just sinks. And I'm like, oh no. And it's just my foot is just engulfed by mud. And I couldn't lift it out because my muffin crock was stuck in there. And I'm like trying to dig it up to like pull out. And I can't. So I'm struggling to pull it out. Everyone's like, oh my god, Megan, no. And then I'm just trying to get it out. And I'm like, Charlie, help me. And she's like, no, you got yourself in there. You can get yourself out. I'm like, no, I can't. I can't. And I'm trying to. So I had to take my foot out, step in the mud, then dig it up. And like, I keep trying to pull on the handle part of my crock. And then when I keep doing that, until the point all of a sudden I hear and it breaks. And I break the handle off my muffin crock. Muffin crocks have broken, everyone. I was so depressed. And I'm like, no! And my cousin was like, what? What happened? I'm like, my muffin crocks broke. And start laughing, and then we start also. My cousin had found a croc earlier, but it was actually for a right foot, and we were laughing about that because I went to go back to go see if it was one where I would have two mismatched crocs. But that's another thing that happened, but it was stupid. But as we were walking around, we were laughing because Lucas, like, we were laughing because saying, Megan, if you were fucking in a horror movie, you would be the first to. That's what my cousin said, and then my cousin's friend goes, "No, no, no. If she was in a horror movie, she wouldn't die. Megan would be the person to be like, she would be like, oh my god, like all these inconveniences happen to her." But she doesn't die because of them. That's not what kills her. Nothing kills her. In fact, Megan's gonna be the only one who survives, and we all die. It's because of those inconveniences that's what's keeping her alive. So, like, me meeting those strangers, every time I met those strangers, someone in the party would go missing. Every time I got my foot stuck in the mud, someone went missing. I just kept it, and they're like, and then Lucas goes, fucking, you're like fucking Velma from fucking Scooby Doo. My glasses, I can't find my glasses. And when she comes back to everybody in the gang, she's fine. She's fine. Everything's fine, yet the gang went through some shit. That's what happens. um, what is it? Then there was, another thing I forgot to mention that we were laughing about was that when we were hiking and adventuring, we were talking about this thing like if we were on Survivor out in the woods. Like all of a sudden, and they're like, okay, so who would vote who out? And they were like talking about who would be voted out, and like Charlie, my cousin, would be voted out first since she has too much allies, seeing that we're her entire family and friends. And they're like, no, what about you, Megan? And I'm like, I don't think any. I think the best part is that they're like, her friend was like disagreeing with me at this point because I'm like, see, I know one thing that you guys don't. I'd win because nobody would know my next move, seeing that I'm a people's pleaser. And anytime somebody wanted to do an alliance with me, I'd say okay, but then I would go to another person, and when they asked me to do an alliance with them, I'd say okay again. And if it happens again and again and again, I would have like 5 alliances and nobody would know who I'm with. So no one knows who's my true answer. And I would definitely make it to the top 3. And it was stupid. Oh, by the way, almost forgot. End story with the fish, the pleco fish, those 2 pleco fish. So you thought they were gone, right? No. So after Adi took them out, I almost forgot to mention this about the railroad tracks. There's another story after this one too. So after we took them out, after the Adi found them, okay, we go on an adventure. Adi, all of us, we all go on the adventure. So as we go on the adventure, somebody else at the campsite, at our campsite, wanted to pull a prank on my cousin Charlie by putting the 2 pleco fish behind her tent so she had to deal with the stench. And she didn't know about it. And we're like, did you find the pleco fish? She's like, what pleco fish? Yeah, we don't know what happened to those pleco fish. They fucking disappeared. They were gone. God knows what took them. Fucking the raccoons, probably, that were like stealing our tortillas. Twice, mind you. They stole the tortillas twice. We went out, bought more. They stole them again. And we started saying they were Mexican raccoons because they really loved those tortillas. They were like they were gonna steal one of the beers that we had that was like a Mexican beer. It was really funny. But then after that, anyways, meanwhile, go back to the railroad tracks. It's me, my cousin, and when we're walking on the outskirts of like the area of the campsite. Um, so we were walking on the outskirts, and I see this thing in the sky, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Mind you, everyone in this fucking group is high as fuck except me. So it is so funny seeing them act the way they act. I was laughing so hard about to pee my pants. Cause my cousin was so high and so was everyone else. And all of a sudden I see this red dot and a red streak coming behind it. It looked very weird. In the night sky. At first, I thought it might be a shooting star, but I've seen these things before, so when I thought it was a shooting star, my brain processed it for a minute, and I'm like, oh, that's not a shooting star, that's a rocket. But at first I said, oh, what the fuck is that? And everyone heard me say that, and they come over and they see it. My cousin sees this first, she starts mid-panicking and has an anxiety attack, like, oh my god, what is that? Not knowing what the fuck that is, and thinking... And all I get in response is I'm like, Charlie, don't worry about it. It's nothing bad. And they're like, I don't know, man. Where is it? Where'd it go? And it's like, and they're like, Megan, you don't understand. What if it might be a meteorite? And like, we might have to say goodbye to everyone. I don't want to die alone. I'm like, well, I'm gonna probably die alone. So that's what I was saying. And it was so funny watching her panic over nothing. It was just. And then we had to look it up, and then Charlie's friends, some of them who weren't so high, were like, Charlie, it's fine, it's just a rocket ship. And we all had to explain to Charlie that it's a fucking rocket ship. Like, and they're like, yeah, but I just want to make sure. And then we were like, we looked it up on the launch times for a rocket ship, and apparently yes, it was a rocket ship doing some testing. And they launched a rocket that day. And it was just really funny. We were all dying of laughter about it. Anyways, that's what happened so far at the camping trip. At least that's what I know of. I saw an armadillo. That was cool. Oh, and 2 baby kittens. 2 baby kittens. They were so cute. Anyways, that's what happened. Now to get back to this. When we were, when I was on itch.io, found out you can get lots of games there. So I have now a whole thing of games to play. I might want to stop and then do another recording later of another game. But this one is called, what is it called? I believe it's called Another Night at the Archives. It's a game I found on itchy.io, but it sounded cool. It's a mystery game, I think. Ooh, let me close it out. Don't look. Nobody look. Close the window. Woohoo! Woohoo! Nope, don't look. Don't look either. Stop it. Nope. So, hang on, I'm gonna tell you right now what it says. It says, greetings, this game is about clues and references. Thus, it might be handy to grab a pen and some paper, or an open hand, or a note-taking app. Along this game, scribble down anything interesting. I love games like this. This is my shit, my dudes. Use an index card system to search up names, locations, events. If you find a set of 3 numbers on an index card, put them down into the machine or to get more evidence. Good luck. Press any button to continue. So now let me check. Don't mind looking at my rig. My rig is shit. Oh. Let me check, make sure everything's okay. To Pilberg Archive from DAB Detective Agency of Butchman. Greetings, Archivist. My name is Thomas. The Swantle Incident. My name is Thomas Butchman, and I run a small detective agency on southern German border. I need some information regarding the Swantle incident. I am currently looking for a client who had relatives in the area back in the 2003. Answering the following questions would help me immensely in my work. Please get back to me as soon as possible. What exactly? Okay. At what exact time did the Swantle incident occur? People are listed by their surname first. Some register cards have further info you can look at. So, no, I don't want to type yet. No, no, no! No, no, no! Okay, so it's W, S, W, S, W, S, W, S, W. Hang on, iPad being stupid. You know, fuck my pen. SW. What specific button sequence? What specific button sequence triggered the Swantle incident? In what chronological order did the Shutter family cross wildlife cameras on June 12th of 2003? Where does Ernest's best friend work? H, psi, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, Q, R, S, T, U, Z, W. Just one sole incident. The night of June. Sorry, I'm trying to get my pen to work. There we go. SW, so it's an incident. On the night, so it happened at nighttime, so it was in the PM. June 17th. The dam near Swantle burst. Near Swantle burst and flooded an entire village. Only one person died, but hundreds lost their home. It was completely flooded and abandoned in 2003. So it happened on June 7th, 2003, which we knew. So we know we happened on the 17th. No, so what's the date? Okay. January, February, March, April, May, June, 6. January, February, March, April, May, June. Yeah, 6, okay. 2003. Hour and minute. The Scudder family. Let me leave. How you say their names? look up Ernest. Sorry, I was silent for a moment, everyone. Ernest. Curtsy. I think that's how you say it. If I am butchering these names, forgive me, for I am illiterate. Scudder family. Who be texting me? I am in the middle of archiving. Nothing, it was just a notification. I am an archivist. Not really. The Magnus Archives, the only thing I know is that I would be slaughter coded. I am a little shit. Ooh. On to this day. Missing family members. June. Let's see if I can look up a date. Let's see. A lake, Silver Flake Lake. A Swiss lake covers the former village of Swantel. Only the former church tower rises up out of the water and is an attraction for tourists. Silver Flake Plaza, the main plaza of the former village of Overset, named after the lake. The main plaza of a former village of Overset. What is Overset? Overset. named after a lake of the same name over to the east. Oversight. A small Swiss village known for its breweries and hopping gardens and vineyards. The most common cause of death is drunken driving. Oversight Drink Light Night Fest. Annual Oversight Festival around an annual festival in Oversight that revolves entirely around an alcohol and drinking. Festival attracts people all over from the area. I'm just gonna go through them all until I run into something. So there's something known for drinking. Okay. What about camera? Oh! A Radio Shack. The Catan Radio Shack. Tiny radio company in southern China regularly plays undefined subspace noises between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. So that sounds important to keep in mind. Catan Radio Shack. Oh! Chalk Cavern. Former cave complex. Former cave complex under Red Top Mountain. Was completely flooded in 2003, which is part of the thing. Red Top. Right. Red Top Mountain. A Swiss mountain north of... Oh, that's another one. Swiss mountain north of Gersing. Measures 3,100 meters. 3,100 meters in altitude. Source of an above average number of landslides. Red Top Dam. Former dam of Red Top Mountain. west of Red Top Mountain. Damage beyond repair. See. Oh. Was discommissioned but not demolished. So, Red Top Mountain was the dam, Red Top Dam. Red Top Dam was the dam that burst. Red Top Forest, Wildlife Park South, Red Top Mountain. Mixed forest with signposted trails. Several local legends tell of people going missing in the woods. Ooh, so they went missing in the woods. Just keep checking, just to make sure. So I don't have to come back. So let's go to Gersing, whatever that shit is called. G. Oh my god, I got ate up by bugs. My legs are so itchy, so itchy. Zoo. Geyserring Zoo. An animal park near Geyserring in Switzerland had to close in 2011 due to allegations of animal mistreatment. Geysersing, a city in Switzerland in the mountainous areas, is famously seen picturesque landscapes. Took me a moment. Gotcha. Ha 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 ha. Content redacted. Content redacted. Content redacted. Ha ha ha. That's funny. Oh. Global Agency to Confined Anomalies. Wait a minute. Can I look up Pilberg Archives? Here's let me look up. Industries. Medium Swiss construction company went bankrupt in 2004 due to reparation payments due to the inhabitants of the former Swanta. So that was the name of the company. Oh. Founded by the Emperor Emperor William II. In his office in his earlier years in his office. Okay, so what now? Major. Oh. Nothing. What about P? Oh, we still haven't looked up Ernest. What is his name? Where's he? E-R. Oh! Okay. Did you mean this guy? So I have to look. I forgot. I have to look up the last name first. I love that. That's smart. That's very cool. That's very nice. They did that to make sure if you forget. K. The only victim. Oh, so he died. Dead. A theorist. So he was a conspiracy theorist. Who's this? Kenner? This might be important. New page. Actually, no. Makes this page smaller. So let's see. Kenner? Richard Kenner. Former editor of the Swantle Journal. have a feeling because he was a conspiracy theorist, something happened with his best friend. I feel like that guy's the best friend. Was taken over by the Daily Gazette after the Swansea incident. Now, Kaiser key, a coinage of the ancient. Ooh. Antarctic? Huh? Antarctic. Consists of whale bones lined up on dry muscle tissue. Water spirit. Can also manifest itself in bathtubs and sinks. Kelpie, by the way. Let's go to A. Oh. The Element House. Joint project of several former bankers. Prepares extravagant experiences for a special range of customers. Let's look up Emperorium. Eggers. Kurt Eggers. He was also a conspiracy theorist. Oh, I'm getting the goosebumps, ladies and gentlemen. But he disappeared. (1996) was mainly focused on. He was focused on the Kelpies, medieval Swiss lizards. Has special interest in the regions around. Oh. The fuck? Extinct species of mosquitoes. In Paris. Sorry. I had to itch my head. Let's go to daily. Here it is. A medium-sized daily newspaper from Geisersing, Switzerland, from
Gersing, Switzerland. Was acquired by the larger burner. Okay. Dancott. A small settlement in England that was mainly characterized by the sheep farming, burned down completely during the London Fire. Even though it was 300 kilometers away. ...230 kilometers away. Diving course by Dave. No individual by the name of Dave has ever run an authorized dive shop at Silver Lake. That's probably reference to a game, and I think it is. DJ a local DJ jockey known for a dialogue of rap and a hard bass, was beaten to death with an amplifier by an angry fan in 2005. That's funny. Oh. Found a different lady. I accidentally meant to search up the other thing. Carmela Bernard. Or Camila Bernard. French backpacker who disappeared while hiking in the... A sharpened bone was found near... a sharpened tibia bone found near reason was matched to her. Belching Buddies, indie music group in the 90s when they were known to incorporate everyday noises in their song Doorbells, Kettles, Heart. Where's Al? People have been disappearing there regularly since 2009 and the reason is still unclear. Lakeside Inn, former combined hotel with a casino in Nevada, was closed permanently in 2020. Lake Trip Vivida, I don't know what to say, family business founded by Italian immigrants. Most quadrupled its turnover thanks to the expansion of Silver Lake 2003. Wrong name. Rudolph Lembeck. Rudolph Lembeck. He was the mayor. Was automatically removed from office following the destruction of the village. Vanished in 2000 near Red Top Mountain. Little Cuba Paradise, former touristic club at Silver Lake. It stood out negatively due to the colorated pools built directly into the lake. London Fire. Nathan Wonderboy. An American comic from the early 70s. Numerous for the tragic ending in the comic series in which the tentacular Wonder Boy is brutality. The tecularity Wonder Boy is brutality and graphically murdered. Oh, that's where I need to look up the PI. Oh no, begins with Z. Z, Z, Z. Ziegler Catherine. Oh, she was the one who took the photos. Self-employed Swiss photographer came to fame in her home country for the first photographs of Swantel after it was swallowed up by the floods. Catherine. How do I even look up the code? I'm just gonna do this until I run out or something. Wildlife Park Swantle. Nature reserve managed by the town. Geyser. Swimming lake. Hiking permitted in large groups. So people go missing over there. You could just find the name of that camera. A non-profit, okay, Anaheim Unity Bank Inc. A non-profit banking company near the North American border had to be rescued by a billion-dollar loan due in 2010 due to financial speculation. Various. A soccer player. Okay. Stop texting me. I'm archiving over here. Retired Argentinian soccer player. Holds the world record for the most red cards in a match involving fewer than 17 players given at any time. Hmm. 14,170. Twelve, 15, 24. 12, 15, 24. Oh, okay. Daily Geyser, June. So this is how I was supposed to find it. Oops. Oopsies. So this is the church thing that was only seen. Does it tell me the hours? She's the one who takes the pictures. That's her name. Booze Festival visitors in shock. Unfortunately, they had something to drink right away. thought at their desire. Wait. Never thought that at their desire for beer could save their lives, but that's how it turned out. Practically an entire village, Squashtail, comes to an illiteratus festival every year. Let loose. Drunken villagers were astounded when they tried to get home in the early hours of the morning to find. So it was in the morning when this happened, or like around nighttime. Yeah, let's see something cool. Cool. What else had a date? $12, $15, $24, $12, $15, $24. Okay. Let's start with the red thing. $25, $32, $12, $25, $32, $12, $25, $32, $12, $25, $32, $12. Archive receptacle damage detected. Unable to deploy compromised contact. Okay, so I can't look at that. $421.28. This one just changed. $819.65. $819. $69.77. 1633.19. 16. 33. 19. Local hunter from the New River. That's a new one. Albert. Local hunter from whatever Lundzen has a small store at Greuest34. Vintage Street 34 is constantly accompanied by the feeling of guilt and remorse. Let's check the name of that street. O2 34 O2 O2 34 O2 O2 34 O2 O2 Oh, here we go, we got more. So here's it earlier. Good for, okay, sure, pause, hurting, blah, blah. Person B, good, first, the button with the number. What number? I don't see a number here. What? Wait, pause. Don't you see any numbers on the buttons? They should be marked. there's nothing here. It just says I should press quick now. Okay, wait. So by the 3 lights, those 3 lights, the 3rd from the left. The 3 lights, the 3rd from the left. Have you got it? Yes, yes. Please, be quicker. The cupboard won't hold out much longer. The cupboard won't hold out much longer. Next, the one directly underneath the one you just pressed. The 3rd to the left. So he said, next to one directly underneath. Shit, wait, hang on. No, I wasn't recording. Oh shit, well luckily it's gonna be on whatever the fuck. YouTube, I can download it from YouTube, I'll be fine. Actually, let me stop the recording. I don't need that recording. I can just use it from what I have on YouTube. But that fucks. Fuck. Guys, I swear I know how to stream. $11, $31, $34, $11, $31, $34. Deep underground. Parasitic birth. Information victims. Secretly stimulated. Landslide. Exposed caves. What's this? I'm back. Based on a percent. Oh, little piece of paper. Who or what is gotcha? I only found a tiny marginal note on a document from the 1920s. Even in the index card system doesn't give any information about it. And almost everything is censored in here. It's got an H. Village caused 40 inhabitants. Caused a bit of stir in 2017. A bus of tourists found the entire village abandoned and desolated. Okay. Largest military fatigue frigate ever built, constructed in 1943, vanished without a trace near the Bermuda Triangle just 2 years later. 24, 34, 67. 24, 34, 67. 24, 34, 67. Okay. My brain just went, a single mom who works 2 jobs and loves a kid and never stops. I'm like, yeah, no. $28, $37, $30, $28, $37, $72, $28, $37, $72, $28, $28, $37, $72. Oh, this is the camera. Camera transcripts. Visual white smudges at the top of the corner. A single brown bear. So these are Colonel flies at a distance, circle in search of food. For a short time drops down sharply and disappears. A single brown bear roams leisurely over the rocks, and its snout is pointed downwards in search of some food. It briefly tries to dig up something, but then moves on. People disappeared. Where was this? This was in Gotcha, whatever, right? This is when he died. Let's see. Okay, anyways, let's continue with the cameras. This is next month. 10. Birdsong in the distance. A storm is approaching. Heavy rainfall follows for several hours. Gadir passes close to a cliff. A loud, unfamiliar animal call from a distance undergrowth. The group runs away in a panic. Something small stirs behind the camera. A few seconds later, a brown squirrel enters the view. Stops for a moment, then begins to bury its hazelnuts and scurry away. I have a feeling So when did these people disappear? We don't know June 12th. Five, 14, 35. 5, 14, 35. 5. Uh-huh. let's read what it says. Now, it says the blah 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 having blah blah front blah blah long blah blah B. Yes, I've got it. Do you see the control panel? It should be labeled with the main control. It should be labeled with main control panel at the top. Yes, I'm standing in front of it. There are 3 flashing lights on the left, right? Exactly. Main control panel. Okay, so this is what he's looking at. There are 3 flashing lights on the right, right? There are 3 flashing lights on the, not right, left, right? Exactly, so the first one you have to press is, are you sure that's the right way? Oh, he got confused. Albert, there's no time for that undefined roar in the background. The village is empty. It has to happen now. What is happening? Ooh. Something with a Kelpie. Probably. Good. First he had to press number 3. What? Wait. Don't you see any? Okay, I don't see any numbers here. Wait, you don't see any numbers marked on the buttons? They should be marked. There is nothing here. It just says which. Just say which I should press. Okay, wait. So, by the 3 lights, the third one from the left. This is the left. 1, 2, 3. Why not just say go right, you dumb fuck? So he told him to hit the button 3. Confirm input. That's what he pressed. Albert? Who's Albert? Do I have an Albert written down? This person B is Albert. Wait a minute, I did have a name written down that was Albert, didn't I? Albert Bummer. He was guilty about something. Oh, I got the goosebumps. Ooh. circle that. Albert Bomber. So we now know Albert Bummer told him to press 3. What? Okay, there's no number here. Should be marked. There's nothing here, just says okay, wait, but it's the lights. The third from the left, have you got it? Yes, I have. Now, please quick, hurry. The cupboard won't hold out much longer. Next, the one directly underneath. When you just press number 7. Security override. Then, next one directly underneath. Next, the one directly underneath the one you just pressed. The one you just pressed. Then move 2 to. I think this is left. Yeah, 2 to the left. Five. Then move 2 to the left. Again, press once, then press down again, and this one, so it was move 2 to the left, press 5. Press once, then down again, and press twice. 9, 9. So what did he tell him to press? Open the floodgates, open the floodgates. So he told him to confirm input, disabled security override, close safety valve, open the floodgates, open the floodgates. But we're missing 2. So we know there's a monster going around because we heard it on the cameras. Who's this? Richard Kennard. Richard Kennard. This is the drunk guy. He was here. I knew it, of course. June 17th. Richard Kennard. Male. Patient was heavily intoxicated. Their motor skills are impaired. Bruises. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Oh. Thomas. Thomas. Something. What the fuck is that? It's with a B-A. Patient was heavily intoxicated. Okay, anyways. Patient was heavily intoxicated. Their motor skills were impaired. Bruises at the right arm and left and right knee, as well as the outer right thigh area. In addition, a slight laceration on their upper right side of the head. Abrasions on the hands. Signs point to a fall from standing position. Why are they making these boxes so small? Patients say that he was startled by a loud crashing coming from the far east. 3 minutes after the beer satay. Oh. Beer, what is it? What is it called? Beer salute. Alright. So he said 3 minutes. He remembers it clearly because someone asked, because he had asked someone for the time, right? And then the fright of the sudden booming noise almost caused him to spill his drink, but he just managed to save it. However, the momentum sent him falling to the ground head first. The patient heavily slurred his words during the recount. The official beer salute. Fuck. June 17th. Official beer salute. That noise 3 minutes after. Not before, after. So that means it would have been 22:03. What? That's military time. Fuck. When you say it is 10:03. So he said it was 10:03. Jesus Christ, this thing lasts till... five in the morning? Holy shit. So this shit lasts from... Which one's 8 o'clock at night till 5 o'clock in the morning. Holy shit. So it's most like it's 10:03. Or would I write 22:03 for them? Yeah, this one's correct. Overall status description. Okay. Intact. There is externally intact. There is minor outer damage due to rock slides or natural extrusion, erosion, additional crack growth at normal level. These have all been documented and listed in document 45. Oh, 45. Ooh, contractor. Randolph, whatever the fuck. Wow, it is actually almost 10:00 where I live. 10:03. It's actually 10:01 right now. That's funny. Unless that booming noise could be the one where he died. But he said it was coming from the east. itchy. I'm sorry. God. These bug bites are the worst. Additional, anyways, I'm a level. Minor, okay, hang on. If I document, if all faculties have been properly maintained, various test results regarding emergency discharges, current generations, and material fatigue are all within normal range. Maintenance required minor repairs on the outer shell with cement, replacement of light bulbs in storage room near control room. Broken glass pane inside door and graffiti on the outside. Graffiti reads, Kurt Eggers told you. What did Kurt Eggers say? He was the missing he was the first one who disappeared. So he was the conspiracy theorist who disappeared in 1996. They probably built it on a ground of like a monster or something. What if it's on the like the ground of a monster of a kelpie? External repairs postponed until an inspection of an accordance with maintenance contract. Light bulb replaced. Glass pane taped. Graffiti partially removed. Let's go with Q. Five 1435. 5 22, 35, 66. 22, 35, 66. 22, 35, 66. Oh. Faster! All I can think about is fucking. Sorry, my brain went. When I went faster, I thought of like Epic the Musical, and it's like faster, faster. Loud scraping. Oh god, something's outside. There's loud scraping on metal faster. Yes, the first one. The first one at the very beginning. Again. Then the one to the right. Okay. 3 again. Ernest. So, I'm sorry, my brain's like reading and now I'm getting spooked. Yeah, the first one in the very beginning again, so it's 3. And then the one to the right, that should be it. Confirm input. And the one to the right, which is 4. Manual override. Now what does it say? That should be it. Then you should see the command on the display panel. Yes, it's there. It's there, but nothing's happened. But nothing happens. Yes, it's there, but nothing happens. What's going on? I'm wild flipping through pages. Here, you still have to pull the lever in the basement. Or the big... Sorry. Fucking people texting me. You still have to pull the lever in the basement, the big and red, down the corridor. It must be manually operated. Shit. And you remembered that now? Loud crashing. They're coming. Ernest. Pause. Ernest, are you there? Loud footsteps. What the fuck is he being chased by? Well, now we know the last two. Four. In what chronological order did the Shutter family cross wildlife cameras in 2000? Okay. So until that date. Why does that one have a little X on it? Okay, so we can put this one in the corner. Okay. 12. Family of 3 reaches the summit. This is camera 5. Camera is crooked and has some scratches. This one goes first. But it doesn't matter. There's something that has to go in the middle of this. So 5 is last. The family reaches the summit, poses briefly in front of the summit cross, and then sets off its descent again. An erosion three-toed woodpecker settles on a rock and pecks at the moss grass mouth. It raises its head and sees something in the distance, then flies away quickly. 2 people reach the summit, then eat sandwiches and they have brought with them, admiring the landscape. I know certain people disappeared. Camera shuts down for several hours due to some inexplicable circumstances. That's weird. The upper side of the cross snaps in two. Due to severe deep grooves. Half of the wooden construction, half of the fallen wooden construction, then slowly slides down the mountainside. It is out of sight. Two of the forestry workers are installing a new cross after hauling it up the mountain. In the middle of their work, they suddenly hear a loud, undefined howling. They look around surprised but can't identify the source, then continue on their work. A pair of two gleaming eyes start across the mountainside, not far from the camera, roughly the height of a grown man. Halfway up, they stop and look towards the camera, and then drop to the height of a wolf or a deer and quickly continue on their way. So they were seen last here. You in the corner. You're here. New cavern. What about Graceful? $11.31.34. $11.31.34. 11.31. 34. Oh, I already found it. Sorry. Sorry, shit happened. I was like, oh. got that stuff. That was the mayor. Finished in 2010. Built directly into a lake. So chlorinated. You don't think that maybe that would pissed off the Kelpie? Uh-oh, Kelpie was not happy about that. People have disappeared there regularly since 2009. We're still unclear. Man got drunk from alcohol problems. So we know Ernest. Oh. Okay. So Albert is the best friend of Ernest. And he feels guilty about something, so he needs to be questioned. Okay. His store. Where does he work? He works at a store. What town? A local hunter from Minton. Lonzen? I can't pronounce shit. No, it's just the cameras. Typical medium-sized asteroid. Let's try K now. Down and down. A popular caving magazine from the 2010 caused a scandal with the fake photo of a strange cave. Caused a scandal with fake photos of a strange cave. Events in and around the Swiss Alps and was subsequently cancelled. Drissel, small fishing boat that could hold a crew of maximum of 5, disappeared west of the English coast shortly after sighting an undefined object. 28-113. There's a Kelpie that shows up in the middle of that goddamn window. I'm gonna scream. Nine 16-28. So I can't see it. FJ-49, an air gun. Anti-air gun. Numerous for many failures resulting in losses on Second World War. Forestry Management Swantle. Ooh, here's a new one. Here's another one too. Ford Richard, a geologist doctor for many years, fervent advocate of underwater investigation of Chalk Cavern. And he disappeared too. What the fuck? Oh, I know, he was a geologist, that's why. Forestry management. Okay, 329.49. 329.49. 329.49. Uh-huh. Okay. The pictures right here. Look at the dates. This one's passed. Go at the bottom. Oh, I didn't even read this. Swamp Chalk Cavern, Small complex cavern. North of now ruined. Its name comes from a stone, a Calaris stone that makes up of majority of the cage existing structures. The interior, the large, unexplored, flooded. The interior of the largely unexplored was flooded just after a few weeks of discovery. After its discovery, as the result of the Swantell incident, according to experts, first and foremost Dr. Richard Foyer, the few first accent and simologist investigates itchy toe. Itchy. There's most indicate that the cave activity extends very deep under the mountain and also branches into smaller caverns that separate into its own. There are no current plans by the local government. Chalk Cavern using divers or underwater equipment. Several requests from independent groups and organizations are environmentally rejected by local officials for a reason unknown. Oh, so they even know about it. Trespassing hikers. Oh no. 2 surprises in just a few weeks. The average citizen of Swantell is not used to this. It's so hardly surprising that it was a tourist hiker who illegally approached the rock site. Locals could see him walking through the forest, but before they could make it clear to him that part of the beautiful landscape ahead of him was closed, he had already disappeared into the thicket. It took a while for some brave forest workers to get up to... He disappeared into the thicket. It took a while for some brave forest workers to get up the courage to follow him. What they discovered astounded them beyond their belief. A lone backpack and small opening rock. A small opening rock. The hiker apparently already had left. Wait, hang on, I'm being stupid. Astounded them to belief, beyond belief. A lonely backpack and a small opening to a rock. The hiker apparently had already left. He had certainly discovered a small crevice and made it bigger. A small crevice made it bigger judging by the debris that had been pushed aside, and wanted to report his findings to the media in a hurry. which is why he left his ransom. That's not what happened. We all know. That's not what happened. That man's dead. Anyways, unfortunately nothing, sorry, I was watching TV for a second. Unfortunately, nothing more is known about the stranger's personal details, and his backpack is only contained by a bottle of water and a small lunch. Landslide. Okay, let's focus. That's 9. That's 11. Now how is that 13? Oh, okay. I get it. Alright. So we know... Where's camera 5? How the fuck did I know that was camera 5? It was the national park, wasn't it? We know the last camera was camera 5. I think. No. That one isn't important to me. That one is. But I don't know which camera this is. Rustling noises in the undergrowth. A culprit cannot be unidentified. Dark bristle fur can only be seen for a brief moment. Single tourist moved past and bends down to pick up something off the ground. They examine it to their findings, but then drop it abruptly and somewhat panicked. Then they quickly leave. Something loud, heavy passes in the distance. Family of 4 along the hike. Carry a picnic basket blanket and a picnic basket as the mother walks. She whistles loudly and off key. 2 foxes sneak along the hike and trail in search of food, and they tussle briefly over a slice of sausage left behind, then disappear to the woods brush. So they're in a woodsy area. Short section of undergrowth. Busy major road. A deer sticks its head up forward and quickly disappears next. So this is near a road. Are these roads? What the fuck are roads? I think these are roads. So I think it went from There's camera 2 and it's facing this way. Camera 4 is facing this way. Can't see it from here. So has to be camera 2 or camera 4? This goes speeding past. A large truck loaded with wind turbine blades and 2 escort vehicles drive slowly past. Wait, I saw that name. No. Busy road. I think this is the road. Camera is lying on its side. A deep crack runs through the right lens. A hike trail, direct visual features. A hiking trail directly in front. This is a hiking trail. So it would be, this one's camera 4. French lady. She disappeared. She was walking up here. So this is camera 4. Not how from northeast. So it's coming from this way. Actually, no. Number 6. A single female hiker. But the dates don't latch up. Hang on. June 13th. Not 13th, June 12th. A short section of an undergrowth followed shortly after by a busy major road. So wouldn't this be camera 2? Camera 2. Gently crunching leaves. Okay, so the lens is broken. Camera does not reproduce an image, only gray noise. Gently crunching leaves near the camera. Multiple footsteps coming closer. Cheerful conversation about school, play between an adult and a teenager, rustling of leaves of aluminum foil and clinking of bottles. The noise of someone walking a few meters away, suddenly scream of a teenager, followed by a loud rustling of breaking wood and fighting sound. Quiet crying slowly moves away. His legs being grabbed the floor. Quiet bear roaring, tearing backpacks and breaking glass and eating noise. Single footstep and emergency call made by via radio. I'm feeling this is the last one. of a camera, so maybe camera 3? So I have a feeling that cave is no bueno. So the last one is camera 3. Where were they heading towards? June 12th. First towards Geising. Then afterwards. Tuesday, June 12th. First towards Geising. So they were heading this way first. Guys are saying. And then afterwards for a picnic in the surrounding mountains around Swantel. According to the neighbor, they wanted to be back by the evening. Your camera too. Mountainous terrain. Followed by extensive woodland. Beyond this, a hiking trail directly in front. This one's camera 4. So we have camera 2 and camera 4. So, howling. Several hairs of running to the south. Tourist family rests on the ground next to a hiking trail and then unpack sandwiches. Cheese eaten a while. However, at the urge of an elderly man in the group, they continue their way after a short time. In the distance, you can see the mountain top of a car driving north at breaknecking speed. A short time later, you can hear the stomping of a set of legs following after the car. A loud noise, and as if a cracking rock can be heard, noise loud gushing water, and the transmission abruptly ends. So yeah, that's camera 4. I think this one's camera 6. So if they're coming from here, number 4. Number 7. think it's camera number 7. Maybe number 3? Number 7, number 5, and then number 3. Okay, maybe I'm wrong with the map. Mountainous terrain followed by an extensive woodland. That one's only sound. This one's camera 3. Camera 2. Camera 4. Camera 7. No, this isn't it. I need to find that fifth one. That fifth one disappeared on me. I don't know where the fuck it went. Five 31-5. $17, $9, $10. $17, $9, $10. $17, $9, $10. So she disappeared hiking in... Maybe this one's number 7. This one's number 7. A hiking trail directly in front. In the distance you can still see the fringes of a road leaning towards the mountain in the distance. The sound goes to this one. Car goes to that one. This one's number 4. Mountainous terrain. Number 6. By the life of me, this is gonna destroy me. I need to figure this out. I need to look it up. Just this once. Oh my god, I was off by one number. So you know how I put this one as 5? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was 6, not 5. I had all the right numbers, just one was off. One number off. Everything else was ready to go. Okay, so I was right. Let's go back and understand what the fuck happened. Number 5 was where they took a picture at. 763. So they were whistling. This one was closer, so they were able to hear each other. Then they took a photo, and then they got a text. But then who the fuck are these? Oh, you have sent the report. Your efforts allowed the detective to find the missing relative after several years. Oh, I knew it because it didn't make sense. Touch with his aunt. Wait a minute. I gotta think about this. So that means Kay Shutter is now an adult. I think, yeah, one of the people survived, the boy. Or the little girl. Because when I was reading it, it said the family was still alive. That's nice. This is just an early prototype of the game. If you're involved, I really like the game. Hang on. No looksies. Break time. I'm sorry, I had to join this thing because I am really in love with this game. This was really fun. I might end the stream and then start another game, but that one was
really cool because hear me out. So I found some games that were beautiful and brought me back to my old times. So hear me out. They are dating sims. But this is not what I'm telling you to hear me out for. What I'm telling you to hear me out for is that they are the most funniest looking dating sims I have ever seen, such as a Life is Strange one called Love is Strange. Another one that's a creepypasta one. I have like 2 of them saved, and I'm like, I have to. Just for my creepypasta side of me from when I was a kid. She's like, oh my god, yes, 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 let's play it, let's do it. And then I found the Gravity Falls Cookle Stan one. Or like whatever dating sim with like Google Stan and Stanford and shit. I have to. That shit's funny. Okay, so let me get that ready and we can